Good morning, family. Thank you so much for coming this morning. I mean, normally we would say good morning, ladies and gentlemen, but this morning we believe that everyone here is family. So I say good morning, family. Is that how family greet each other? I said good morning, family. You say good morning, family to me as well. I'm family as well now. We're all family. I mean, thank you so much for coming out this beautiful morning for a course that is very dear to all of our hearts here. I was just having like flashbacks because except that I think it was in the evening a few years ago. No, it's not many years ago actually, at Zapphaire, that we all gathered here. Oh, really? Wow. Except that it was in the evening. And before Sway, Tosin, Tosin's never short of ideas. So when she said she was doing these jeans, I was like, this is another of Tosin's ideas. Tosin Bucknor lived a life of projects, one event, one activity after the other. She never gets tired. Like, sometimes I wonder, where does this girl get her energy from? We work together, play together, but Tosin is always one project after the other. So when she said she was doing something called These Jeans, I was like, okay, so how are we going to do it? Then she said, at Zapphaire. I'm like, Tosin, are you sure it's just foundation we want to do? Because Sway was like home for us to just unwind, relax, and chill. But she said that's where she wanted to have it. And then on that fateful evening, this idea was birthed. And every step of the way, Tosin gave her all for this foundation. And I'm happy that 6 years on, we are all here to keep the legacy going. On behalf of the entire family, I want to say thank you to every one of you for coming out this morning. You could have been anywhere else doing much more important things in quotes, but you chose to be here, and that is what family is. Family makes time for each other, even when it's not convenient, when it's not profitable, when you don't have to. Family show up for family. And that's why you're all here. That's why I'm particularly appreciative of everyone here this morning. Not because we want to showcase what the foundation has been up to, or we want to tell you what the future holds for us, or we want to make a statement, or because we are remembering Tosin, but just for the fact that you are here this morning. Thank you, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our beautiful mother who has been there for all of us from when we were nobodies, just children, just running up and down the place. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our beautiful mother, Mommy Shala Bokno. Thank you. Mama Boki. Mama Boki was there for us. I mean, this woman indulged us. Like, even when Unilag wanted to go to LTV, Radio Lagos, to go and do our program, myself, Tosin, and Odutola, we, the boys, we don't have transport money. It's Tosin we will send. and go home. Mommy will give Tosin money. It's Tosin's money we will use to enter transport to go to LTV and go and do radio. Then thank you for being there for us. Also, Tosin's sister, it's funny that Funke and I are actually very close now and we work together, but she always makes it a point of duty to tell her, Tia, already Tosin. Tia is Tosin's friend. And that was the fact. Tosin and I were much, much closer, very, very dear friends before Funkena came and stole me away now. So, ladies and gentlemen, the sister and the founder of Zapphaire worldwide, Funke Bokno Obrute. And just in case, Funke Bokno Obrute, everybody knows the Obrute, but you rarely see the Obrute. The Brutus himself. Oh, Brutus. The only man who has the capacity to actually at least maintain the same tempo with Funke, because Funke is a lot. But he himself is more than a lot. So together, the two have become one, and they are a whole lot of a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, Onome. Yeah. And by the grace of God, father of a national football team player. Thank you so much. And to everyone here, I mean, I could single everybody out and say, welcome, Lamide, welcome. I mean, I could go ahead because everyone is here, but please indulge us and don't let us do any personal recognitions. Let's just go ahead with the program. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah. So this Jeans Foundation is a foundation that's dear to our hearts because it's what Tosin lived and stood for. She lived it, and she fought to the very end, and she gave herself for it. I mean, it's rare. It's very rare that you see people living with a condition as if they don't have that condition. That was how Tosin lived, and she gave herself that she would support, not just financially, anyone with that condition, like morally, financially, emotionally. Tosin was there for the sickle cell community. In terms of advocacy, the number one names that to your mind or to your lips when they're talking sickle cell in Nigeria has to be Tosin Bok. She was a strong advocate, and she really Spirit help me. She was a strong advocate. She gave herself for it. She was there for every member of the community that needed her support. And she also showed the community that you can thrive even with that condition, because there was nothing Tosin did that she did not thrive in. I tell you, from poetry to radio to, music, you name it. So today we're going to formally start, I think. Oh, wow. I didn't know I've talked that long. I was just warming up, and then I see that 11:20, and Funke said 11:20 on the dots. We should. All right. So once again, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming. Family, thank you for being there for family. So we will start with a short word of prayer, I believe. And some of you will say I should pray because I'm a deacon. Let me tell you, deacon is different from pastor. So, who have been anointed, and one of them is here. Will aid him as well, just like the work of a deacon. I will go and receive him, give him the microphone, lead him here, and then he will do the honors of praying for us as we dedicate this event in the name of the Lord. So it's a great honor and pleasure that I welcome the very, very, very meek and gentle Pastor Kola Oyineye. A round of applause for him. Please celebrate the grace of God.
Shall we stand to our feet as we pray? This is the day that the Lord has made. Every day is the day the Lord has made. And our response to every day that he has made is that we shall rejoice and be glad in it. It's scripture. So sometimes, regardless of how we feel or where we are, once is the day the Lord has made, we rejoice and we're glad in it. And so, Father, we thank you. Well, we're rejoicing and we're glad in today. Father, we thank you. We give you praise. We give you glory. We exalt you because there is absolutely no one like you. Thank you for what we are gathered here to do today for this foundation in honor of your daughter, Tosi, who is with you, happy, smiling, and looking down now and just excited that this is moving beyond her. Lord, please accept our thanks in Jesus' name. We're grateful, oh God, for Mommy's life. Thank you for keeping her in sound health. Thank you for preserving her. Thank you, Father, for the entire family. Thank you for friends who are gathered here. Thank you for well-wishers. And Father, thank you for everyone who in one shape or form has benefited or will benefit from this legacy that is being created this morning. And Father, Holy Spirit divine, we anchor everything we're about to do this morning into your hands. We ask that you please take absolute control. Let your name alone be glorified. Let it not just be a foundation on paper, but let it be the foundation of incredible things that will be done, oh God, not just in Nigeria, but across the nations of the world, for lives that will be transformed and impacted by the work of this foundation. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed. Praise the name of the Lord.
Thank you very much, sir. Yep. All right. So before we go into the technical part of today's, because we have quite a few people, I'll just allow my sister, FBO, to just say a few words to welcome each and every one of us. Please, a round of applause for Mrs. Funke Bucknell Obrute.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So, good morning, distinguished guests, all our speakers, friends, well wishers. Good morning. It's with profound pleasure I welcome you all to the official relaunch of this Jeans Foundation. Please clap, 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 clap. Thank you. Thank you. As you may be aware, my sister, Tosi, who was a sickle cell champion, established this foundation some years ago to create awareness about the sickle cell gene. Tosin was born with the sickle cell genes and she lived her life on her own terms with a lot of courage and I dare say with loads of panache. Tosin cared very deeply about others like her who had been born with and were living with the sickle cell condition. She was indeed very passionate about creating awareness about sickle cell so that people could take preventive measures and those who already had the genes could be taken care of financially, medically, and socially. In order to keep a legacy alive, we decided to relaunch the foundation to offer support and to offer care to persons born with and living with the sickle cell gene. The relaunched foundation has a board of trustees. Some of them are not here today, so a lot of them are abroad, joining us virtually, but they are here. So Yemi Adamaleku is in the building. Stella Duru, our lawyer of life. Inkiruka, Mr. Onome Obrute, Lamide Akitobi. Yes, have I? Hope I've not. Oh, it's complete, Zami. It's and then of course, so Chizoba. Did I mention Chizoba? Chizoba, Dr. Chizoba Wambogu. So so let me just explain a little bit about what we've done with that. I wanted to make sure that some of Tosi's friends were part of that because they really understood Tosi's vision, what she wanted, what she loved, what she would have liked, and then of course putting some of the medical, having the lawyer, just combining it, just making sure that it was a balanced board of trustees so that we don't spend the money, don't mind me, so that we don't spend the money. But it goes to the right people, So, and then work with me in ensuring the rebirth of this foundation takes off and of course effortlessly too. And I would not have been able to successfully curate this relaunch without the tremendous help and support of Mr. Ola Kazim. Mr. Ola Kazim, let them see you, please. Who is the founder of Focus Teens Foundation, a foundation that remains committed to the mentorship of teens and young people. So I went to him, and I've spoken at his program once, and he does that program every year. And I said, you know what? Come and help me. I don't know how to even just do this, but I know I want to do something. And he ran. In fact, he was the one that set up all the meetings. He went everywhere. And I was thinking, this guy is even doing it more than the person that wants to do foundation. That's how committed he was. So thank you, Mr. Olakazim. I truly appreciate it. And of course, to all my team members that worked with me on this, thank you very much. So for context, there are three main pillars that underpin any initiative to managing or handling the sickle cell condition. And these pillars are okay, sorry. Let me not say what I wanted to say. Well, TV. These pillars are prevention, care, and cure. The primary objective of this Genes Foundation is to focus on the care pillar by raising funds to provide medical support, educational support, and financial support to people living with the sickle cell condition in order to ensure to a larger extent they live a healthy and meaningful life. It's not easy. You have medical bills and then you still need to go to school. Or you need to go to school and you're thinking of medical bills. So how do you just move forward, especially when you are not financially, able? So that was very, very important. So today we have carefully curated a program geared at educating us on how best to care for people living with the sickle cell condition and how best to also treat them. You know, how to make them feel this really, really special. Finally, it's important to mention that we are partnering with the Sickle Cell Foundation. And Mr. Caleb is here representing the Sickle Cell Foundation. Yes. Right, thank you. Who already have an established structure. They already have the structure. They've been doing this for 30 years. Yes, 30 years. So they already have a structure. And we are indeed happy to announce that with the help of the Sickle Cell Foundation, this Genes Foundation, preparatory to this relaunch, has been able to support beneficiaries with the sum of 5 million naira to cover education and medicals for the most part. So what we did was we said, you know what, we need to start and show you that we are ready. So we need donations, we need your money. Bring this money. We hope that we will be able to do more, as our goal is that every year we are able to surpass this and reach as many beneficiaries as possible. To this end, we will be approaching some of you, of course, for your kind donations to this cause. Tosi's legacy must be kept alive. Thank you so much.
Funke Bokno Brute, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing more to add. That just said everything. Everything. As a matter, if not for, Holy Spirit. Because naturally, I just wanted to start raising money from there. That, okay, but I had to call myself. Because, 5 million. I know one person here who can give us 5 million naira. Looking at me, staring at me. Yes, you know yourself. Just 5 million. I know a couple of people can do 1 million easy. Like, maybe we should even start with that, Funke. As the Spirit is leading, maybe we should just start with that. Yeah. So, apologies that we have to circumvent the program maybe, but as it hot, this thing is about money. On one side, it's about emotional support, it's about education, but again, the money part is really serious. Maybe I should set the ball rolling myself. Funke, I'll do 500K now. Then later I'll do more. So let's just, Ebuka, how much will you do today? No. Obviously, you make more than I do right now. Okay. So if I can do 500K, you can do. We can't do the same thing. I'm older than you in the first place. An old man like me is doing 500. You two want to do 500. You can't disrespect me, please. He said you can't disrespect me. Feel free, disrespect me. I'm allergic to respect on these matters. All right, thank you so much, Ebuka. So I also want is taking note. Tokwe, please take note. So 500K from TA, 500K from Ebuka. You hear me? Personally, not as a, we'll still come to enough. Enough is enough. We'll come to you people later as an NGO. Personally. Yemi is doing 100, so that's 1.1. How do you ask money from the one who has given up? My brother, you just do something. Just dip in the pot. You do 300. So we have 1.4 already. Hallelujah. Glory. The law. Yeah, I know you people are the one who are doing this thing. How many million? You see me in camera. All right. Ma? When you people say we'll see you in camera, we have like 1, 2, 3 cameras. Which other camera are you looking for? Come on, don't be like that. My sisters in the Lord. I remember all of you from Law Ladies Forum, University of Lagos. Let's just do something, whatever it is. Today. Yes. Big mommy, I'm coming to you. we will do something. We are not ashamed of the gospel. Sorry, we are not ashamed to announce what we are donating. Eh? I expect minimum 500. What kéré jù? Èèyàn ńlá ló ń ṣe nǹkan ńlá. 5 million. Please give her 5 million. Egba. Big mommy, I love you. We don't announce, but we will do. Or I shall announce it. And what? Okay. Because I know that the triplets are consuming a lot now. I would have said 5 million, but mommy, just do one. One is okay. God bless you, mommy. Thank you very much. Sasha, this is your season. You people will start soon do Redeem Unplug. You will make money. 4-5 days festival. Then you can pay it in December. I don't care. Okay, 1 minimum. God bless you. No, naira. Thank you. Why are you not carrying face as if you know as if you don't know it's you I'm coming for next? Yeah. Carry face. Yeah. You already have the card, you do it. Yes. I know. Touch not my anointed. As the Spirit leads, sir. I leave you as the Spirit leads, sir. And the good people, no, you people don't do. Bemi is okay. So your own is two pronged. As Bemi unruly and as Bemi is okay shoes. You're an entrepreneur and an international entrepreneur. So which one are we doing? Both or all right, thank you very much. Madam Felicia, thank you for always being there for us. Thank you. You do 500. I was just thanking you. I did not even ask you to do money. Oh. Thank you. My presido. Sean for the officer. Or you need your accountant's approval to. You are sending it to us now. Thank you so much. God bless you. Accountant General, you drop it. Thank you. All right. So the pledge cards, everyone should get a pledge card. And I believe if we scan this, it takes us to the account details, right? Okay, please, if the scanning is not working, can we just place the account details right on the screen? Let's just paste the account details on the screen, and then we can move forward with that. So the very first session that we're going to have is that which focuses on mental health and these genes. And to do the honors will be Dr. Maimuna Yusuf Kadiri. Please welcome her with a resounding round of applause. You see why I didn't want to stress her, because she's already doing a lot, but she has promised she will still do. Thank you very much. Please welcome Dr. Maimuna.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mommy. Good morning, the Obrutes, Funke, and her darling husband. Surprisingly, I met Tosin before I met Funke. And she may not even know that. I kind of like, in this era, if Tosin was still alive, she would have been the full definition of somebody with full composure and steeze. That was who Tosin was, very classy. She does her things very mindfully and very dim. That was Tosin. Like, literally, I met her for a very brief period, but she had a huge impact on me. And so by the time I saw Tosin, I wasn't surprised that she's Tosin's sister, because Tosin knew exactly what she wanted. She was very knowledgeable, like highly very cerebral. And she was the kind of person that would listen to you and also want to gain. If you are talking, she wants to also get a lot from you. So Funke and Mommy, and of course, Mr. Obrute, thank you so much for bringing us here again. I wasn't at the very first beginning of this foundation, but coming here when Funke called me, when Funke calls you, there's something. Like literally. And then she drops her voice note. I said, okay, what now? And I know I have to be somewhere today. By the way, today is International Men's Day, so all the men in the room. Congratulations. You may not always realize it, but you are someone's role model. In your words, in your actions, you inspire. We see you, we value you, and God bless you. So I have to be somewhere here, but I have to be here. So please permit me to be the first person speaking. The person that will come and speak after me is going to break it down to what sickle cell gene is all about and all that, but I'm just here to just give you a teaser on the mental well-being, the mental health implication when it comes to, sickle cell. Do we get to see people living with sickle cell? Yes, because as a psychiatrist for almost 2 decades, I help to create safe spaces for normalizing mental health conversations because I believe in helping people seek for mental health care so no one is left behind. So we get to see people from different aspects, different variety, whether it's a physical or any other challenge. Because when it comes to our mental, most times people don't get to see it, but it's you that feel it because your thoughts drives your emotions drives your behavior, and your behavior drives your action. People will get to see your action, but they don't even know it started with a thought. So when it comes to the mental health aspect of people living with sickle cell, it is all of us together. It is not just about that individual. It's about that caregiver. I'm sure some of you understand that the burden on the caregiver is so huge that there are people that we do not even understand they need much more than the people that we pay on a day-to-day basis. Imagine a mother with a sickle cell child, and the person had to do a 9 to 5. And at the end of the day, we keep talking, why did you come late? Why did you do this? Without us even paying attention to the burden this person. Some women don't even work because of child living with special needs. And I'd say we send all our love, our light, and our hugs to every parent that has a child living with special needs, because they are doing much more than we see on a day-to-day basis. And how is it related? Because of the fact that the sickle gene is sickle, that's the name. Like if you've ever seen something they use in harvesting cocoa, is sickle in shape. And because our blood normally is round and, full, and is what transport oxygen around the body with the blood that goes around. Because of this narrow shape now, the oxygen supply is now reduced. And so in medicine, we call it hypoxia. And because of that, they tend to have chronic pains, excruciating for sometimes minutes, weeks, months, and they can't really function so well. And that can lead to emotional dysregulation. So they can easily get, snappy, get anxious, get, anxiety. Some of them will come down with what we call chronic depression. And I must let us know that at this point in time, globally, depression, let me narrow it down, clinical depression, because sometimes we all say, oh, I feel depressed because of, T-pain. You can be depressed in this economy. Yeah, let's not go into it, because yes, so we can easily use the word loosely depression, but the truth is, when you have clinical depression, this disorder has been found to be the highest burden of disability worldwide. So it's not the people that are on wheelchair or, having their cane, white cane, moving them around, deaf, dumb. No, we're talking about clinical depression, and people in this hall right now are dealing with that. But they are all well dressed, sitting down here with us. They might have taken their antidepressant, and they are functioning. In fact, some of them are even the life of the party. So somebody living with sickle cell could be that kind of person who is, the voice of the voiceless, leading change. That was how I know Tosin, by the way. Leading change. Because I said, is this Dr. Memuna Kadri? I said, yes. He said, my name is Tosin Bucknor. I said, okay, who is this? And that was how the conversation started. So the truth is that when I eventually, it was more like, she's living with, like, how? So the truth is that most of them do not have the facie. Because yes, we have classical things that we say, okay, this person has or is living with sickle cell, but not everyone has those fascia. So it's important for us to just not look at this individual, but also look at the carer, the bearers, even the healthcare people, because regular hospital visitation makes them to have most times a primary healthcare physician or a primary healthcare carer who, by the day, they are there. So it's good for us to understand that there are some things that are really intertwined because our physical health is intertwined with mental health. But most times we focus a lot on our physical health and neglect the mental health. So the psychological well-being of anybody living with sickle cell is so huge that it's much more than the money, your availability, but about how you pay attention to the little details. You know, what they eat, how they sleep, and every other thing. Do they need hydration? A whole lot, because that is one thing that keeps them, well hydrated and reduces the pain when they have or even when they do not have. So I'm going to just break it down to certain things that they experience when they are, in that state. Trauma is one. But I say, I'm in medical school, before they would just fail me now. Let me just respect myself. I never passed. So all the way from Edo State to the north. If they say I should move, there's nothing I can do. But one day, Professor Ayerede, the head of the pediatric unit, was doing ward round. And then he brought us to the bedside of the child of the woman. And that was when I said, we all have to be kind. We have to be intentionally kind, because the people we meet every day, we do not understand their struggles. That woman had four children, and 3 of them had sickle cell gene. So they've designed a ward for her in the hospital. Like, she had to meet the chief medical director of the teaching hospital. They set up a ward for her in the pediatric ward, because anytime one of the kids is there, before they won't discharge that one, they bring in the second one. Sometimes the 3 of them in the ward. So we met one of them. Trust me, when Professor Ayerede said so, before the end of the day, they had brought the other 2. So I was looking at this woman, so pretty, so like, how is she coping? She was tired of crying. She wasn't even crying anymore. She was just like, I'm just tired. And so it just goes to say that now science has advanced. There's a whole lot we can do. So if you are AS and it's AS, please, science has advanced. Love is no longer what we'll be talking about anymore. Let's do what we have to do. And that's why the Genes Foundation, when they say, come here, you can't even blame anybody who is still a sickle cell carrier. Do you know why? We still have what we call mutation. Result can fail. You will have done one result and they told you it's AA, then you will now go there and there's something has happened. I don't want to even go into details of me being a house officer in a care house, Lagos State, where babies come in seconds. Boom, boom, boom. You know babies can be changed, right? And you may not even know. Until something that happens. So if the man is blaming the woman, who said the house baby belongs to 2 of you? So some things still happen. in as much as science has advanced, there are still some things that just still happen. So trauma is one of them. We also have a lot of them going through chronic pains that can also make them feel very anxious. Some may have even chronic clinical depression and stigma. So I'm going to end my presentation. Like I said, it's a short one. It's just to bring it to the fore that please, somebody living with sickle cell is not the only person that we all have to, look into, manage. The caregivers, the family members, the loved ones. We are all in it together. It's not a one-size-fits-all. When you see somebody who's living with sickle cell, find out. Because we are in a society where we are very quick to judge. We're a society where we assume, and the two major joy killers I keep telling everybody anywhere I go to is perceptions and assumptions are joy killers. Don't assume for anyone. Don't think that you know what this person is going through. It's just very easy for you to ask, how can I help? How can I support? It's just so easy. Don't think that, oh, she needs money. She's calling me because she needs money. It may just be, just listen to me, hold space for me. So I will end with the word, these genes. I sat down there and I was like, you know what? We have very short attention span, even with when COVID now came and we are getting out of COVID, it's even worse now. And then being a Nigerian is even worse because as we are sitting there, many things are running through our minds. The cost of fuel, everything. So I want us to go home with something. At least you can just hold on to something and say, okay, you heard from Dr. May today, and she talked about these genes with relationship with mental health and the sickle cell gene, and how you can help with somebody who is living with sickle. And if you are in this hall today, living with sickle cell gene, just know that we deeply love you. We care about you. We see you. We value you. You are not alone. And if, when and needed, please reach out. So the T in this gene is talk to someone. Please see it as a strength. You are the one living with sickle cell gene. You are a family member. You are a loved one. You are somebody who has a colleague. I went for a conference last week. Somebody from another from a corporate organization, because she heard somebody say, that is Dr. May, she's XYZ. She came and met me and said, please, my friend is in a deep hole. I want you, even if nothing, just help me talk to her. I said, hold it, don't worry. What's your name? What's her name? And it wasn't like therapy, but it was just somebody saying, I see you, I hear you, let's just talk. And she was so emotional that, oh, I could take that time out to come talk. I said, no, this is a little I can do to help humanity. So please talk to someone. And for the men in our midst, please see it as a sign of strength and not a sign of weakness. Just know who you are speaking with. So that so if it will make you feel better, but talking is a sign of strength. Talk. The H is health checks. Please continuously make sure you are intentional about your health checks on an annually basis. Before you marry and now you are married, see it as something that you have to put out money for. That is why I advocate for health insurance. Because when you're on health insurance, it's easy for you to just do it without doing out-of-pocket payment. We have just hit the 10% health insurance coverage. We are 200 million plus Nigerians, and health insurance coverage is just 10% that have covered the whole country. Out-of-pocket payment is still over 70%. So please, I still advocate for health insurance. So do your health checks on an annual basis. And the easiest time to do it is your birthday month. Gift it to yourself. Because you will not forget your birthday. Even if other people forget, you will not forget. So gift it to yourself. Instead of all the let's go out and go and eat rice and joy and do all the moe and you see, go and do your health checks. And the E there is exercise. Please don't exercise to lose weight. If you are living with sickle cell, there are mild exercises you can do. You don't have to go and register in a gym. Then you have to drive your car to go to the gym. Some of us, we have not registered till tomorrow and we will not register because I would definitely need to drive my car to go to the gym nearest to me. I live in an estate. What happened? I move around. So please just move. You are not a tree. Exercise. What WHO, that is World Health Organization, advocate is 30 to 45 minutes brisk walk. Walking fast. 150 minutes in a week, meaning at least 30 to 45 minutes in a week, in a day. So it's not too much. The reason why we advocate for exercise is that you never exercise and feel sad. You know why? We all have what we call the feel-good hormones domicile in our body. As we're all sitting down here, the serotonin, the oxytocin, the endorphins, and the dopamine. And when you exercise, endorphins are increased. So the moment you start sweating a little bit, your endorphins start producing more. So you never start immediately after exercise. Later, all your problems will come later. Oh. But at that point, no, try it. So don't look at it as if, oh, I'm like, man, I don't need to exercise. Me that you say I'm plus size, try me. I can win that Access Bank marathon. Please, Osai, remind me next year. Let me join the Access Bank. Then sleep. I know we are Lagosians. Most of you have visited this WhatsApp group right now. Please sleep. There is no award, there is no accolade for the busiest person on earth. Try to sleep because you never want your body to sleep on you. It's only if you are alive to tell us the story, we know what it is. So please, 7 to 8 hours, that's what we advocate. Try to sleep. 1 hour before you start sleeping, start winding down. If you are the type that like to watch Channels News, 10 to 11, sleep. Try it. It will really, really help you. In as much as, you know, we say, let us manage chronic stress. It doesn't end in the kitchen and in the gym. Ability to have quality sleep makes you more productive, makes you a better person, makes you less anxious, makes you less fearful. So please try as much as possible to sleep. The other is eating right. And this is where we say, look, people living with sickle cell, you can't just expect them to eat anyhow. Even you that you are sitting down here, don't eat anyhow. There are always fruits and vegetables in the season. So I'm not saying go and break the bank. Fruits and vegetables in the season. If Iyasikira that is near your house have discovered that every day now you visit her to buy fruit and vegetables, buy before Iyasikira's place. Because the moment they say, this woman has come today, she came to eat, maybe doctor has told this one to be eating fruits and vegetables. Madam, how much is this? Yesterday it was 20 naira. So, madam, is 15 naira. If you are not buying, go. So look for other places. Just make sure that you heard from Dr. May, please. Make sure your plate is not white and red, rice and stew. Make sure your plate is rainbow color. Cucumber, carrot, cabbage, fruits and vegetables in the season. And we are ending with the gene. The E is get together more often. I know we have these excuses. I'm busy. I'm not available. I'm here today. And I'm still rushing to the mainland to go and talk to over 5,000 men because of it's International Men's Day. I made the time. People will give excuses when they don't want to come around. So please get together more often. Try as much as possible. During COVID, we were doing coffee party on Zoom. Who said we can't still do it? If you think that you are so busy enough that you cannot see me. But of course, the human connectedness is what we are actually advocating for. But if you can, at least try. It may be in somebody's house, it may be in a joint. I'm not saying go and gather money, maybe just some play games. Just get together more. Discuss, share. Just find out what is happening to each other. We all need shoulders to rest on. Some people ask me, Dr. May, do you go for therapy? I say, please don't ask me that question. Rather, ask me how many times do I go for therapy? Do you think it's okay for me to be hearing stories every day? People don't bother to ask me, Dr. May, how are you? Doctor, is this? They don't even bother. They'll just come and dump on me every day. And you think I'll be okay? No, I also go for therapy, and I'm not ashamed of it because I have people that I talk to. My husband is my own professional therapist. He holds spaces for me. Honey, I need to vent to the doors, hold space for me. And the only thing you can only say is, I am here. It's a lawyer, by the way, saying, after I am here. I say, okay, this man is learning. Initially, he said, what do you mean? But now I say, hey, let me respect myself. This woman, I am here, darling. I am here. So find those people. So get together more often. The first E here in James is eliminate the noise, filter, focus. Let your focus be focusing. Nigeria inside Nigeria, people are still becoming millionaires and billionaires on a daily basis. Lifestyle. What do you say? They say Gen Z, you said, lifestyle cost, now you know. So it's important, please Filter out the noise. Focus. Do what you have to do. We all have 24 hours a day. 2/3 of your waking hours, you spend it in the workplace. Make sure it works for you. It's in your favor. You are not selfish. It's self-preservation, and it's not selfishness. The end is non-judgmental listening. And I think this is why I need to really nail it down before we round up in the next 1 minute. Please, if anybody has gotten the courage to walk up to you ever to say, Bemi, because she's facing me anyway, and because I know her name, can I speak to you? Please drop whatever you're doing and focus. Because that person may be coming with those what we call automatic negative thoughts, telling him or her that she should go and kill herself. And she wants to just speak to Gbemi. And Gbemi is now on her phone. Speak up, Jare. What did you say? You that just saw on WhatsApp now, what is the problem? You are enforcing the fact that she is not loved. And so she just, okay, I even went to her and she didn't even show any sense of empathy. The triple muscle we should all strive to develop today are the muscles of empathy, kindness, and compassion. The world is already chaotic. We need to be kind. And if you don't find kind people, be the one that shows kindness. The other E is ensure you connect with a healthy support system. We all deserve and desire. And they say connect with a system. Make sure the system you are connecting with is healthy. You are down there, they are the ones to pull you out. You are up there, they will cheer you up. They are in rooms where there are opportunities. They call you. Ebuka, there's a program, and I've already told them your bill is 13 million. Don't go less than that, though. Not the one say, I know Ebuka, I will talk to him. I think he will do it for free. Don't do it. Stop it. Stop it. If you are the type that do that, stop it. Don't make it look as if your social capital is valueless. You know him doesn't mean that you should not go into rooms filled of opportunities and you are watering it down like, I know him, I'll tell him to come. No, let him be the one to say, this is my own contribution to the Genes Foundation. So please connect with a healthy support system. And the last but not the least is seek for help when and if you need it. Because at the end of the day, if we don't care for ourselves, who will? And if it's not now, then when? Thank you very much.
I've not finished typing the last one. Connect to a healthy support system. This woman finished me today. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for the amazing Dr. Memona. Dr. May. Gen Z will say, far. It's gone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I believe that we're all learning. We all now see very, very clearly where we can do better, where we can be better. This has nothing to do with whether you are ASAA. As a human being, be better. Do better, be kind. And that last point that she said, Ebuka will do it for free. Is the Spirit of God that just, minister that to you, because that's what is killing the industry. I know a planner that Funke will do it free. She has a team. She will give you another team. Even she has work on that, they'll do it. That's what's killing the industry. Oh, Bemi will just, she is voiceover. She's my girl. I'll talk to her. She did this thing for that person. That's what's killing the industry. Creatives in particular. Because people don't really value like creatives, like they don't place premium. Like I always tell people, don't let us digress. It's true, because I don't understand why a client would insist that this is the amount they are paying for an MC and that is it. They are not doing more than that. And then you get to the event and there's champagne everywhere. I'm like, cut down on the champagne budgets. Is champagne more important than the person hosting the event? Cut down on champagne, cut down on food, pay creatives, pay the band well, pay the MC well, pay your ushers well, pay your planners well. I want food and drink surplus everywhere. And let the food the MC now. Anyway, don't let us. I said I didn't want to digress, but Dr. May really pushed some buttons. The one that rarely touched me again. He said that, do you know that they swap babies? Huh? Omo, that thing sent shock down my spine. Because let's face it, you just pushed a baby out. You're just, they bring the baby to you, call you, they say, let's go and clean the baby. Otilo. They bring another baby back to you. You don't even recognize the one you just pushed because there are like 20 babies. 20 of you push at the same time, but they are out. It's like supermarket. You pick one. Just once you pick one Indomie, you don't know which one is leaking, which one is not leaking. It's gone. It tells a lot about the state of, our healthcare and we as a people, because for you to do that kind of thing, something is fundamentally wrong. Another very important thing that she spoke about is us speaking out and people listening. The generation the days that we are in, it's not as if people don't speak and not as if people don't listen, but these days when people speak, the people that listen, they are not listening because they want to listen, but so that they can push to another WhatsApp group. That people listen just to share your stories. That's not basically to offer anything. People just listen. Oh, are you serious? Sorry. While you are still speaking, they're typing, your friend has come. What is she saying this time? Oh, more the matter long. When she leaves, I will gist you. It's full. Like, that's who we are. And we need to do better. The place for empathy and kindness has to be dominant in our hearts as a people. And these are the values that if it's dominant in our heart, we can now pass it on to our children. But when our children see that even as parents, we are not showing kindness, empathy, love to our fellow parents, our own friends, what do you expect that they will do to their own age mates, to their own friends? Once again, Dr. Maimuna, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for her. All right. Tosin Bucknell is very, very, for those of us who know her, she's a whole lot. And she has so many, many, many faces to her. She has so many unique traits. She has so many words, so many patterns of behaviors. But a few people really, really know that side of her. And one of those people is my sister, my friend, Olamide Akintobi. Please welcome her. As she shares some anecdotes about Tosin.
Hello, good morning. FB surprised me. I'm here. I'm trying not to be too emotional because we're supposed to be fun. Okay. So if anybody here, which I know many of us here did, knew and loved Tosin, you knew that she was a bully packed in a tiny, tiny package. Sometimes I used to wonder if we were friends because of who I was, because of who I am, delightful, or because she was like, this girl. If she's with me like this, she can do this, she can do this, she can. Because there was nothing that Tosin would be involved in that she wouldn't drag her friends into. Did she not auction us as human beings? She said, come, I will sell you to somebody because of these jeans. We did that for her. We did lots of things at Sway Bar. There was nothing. Was it peace, love, and amala? The t-shirts, she did those. These jeans celeb, jeans for jeans, where we had to do a thing where you wore denim. There were just so many things about Tosin. And one of the things that I remember most fondly about Tosin is just how she used to see the greatness in people before they saw it in themselves. And she would call it out of you. And I think that's just something that even I want to take forward and see, because she would look at you and she would be like, but of course you can. And in your mind, you were like, no, but I can't. I'm scared. And she's like, why are you afraid? Is it not you? Come on, you can do it. And I think that was one of the greatest things that I don't know that people really recognize or thought about it so much, but it's one of the things I still remember so fondly about her. So, I mean, in the bullying and in the gentle prodding and in the, come now, let's just do it. Come now, maybe we can do this thing. Podcast, we were supposed to do it. Well, we didn't do it, but she believed. She was there. She was a podcaster before all these people that had mics. Now everybody's carrying mic and giving wisdom. That's not wise. But but Tosi was a pioneer. She was a driver of so many things that people know and love today. Tosin started them more. Like, she used to shine a light on so many things and so many people. And she was really very present for everyone who knew and loved her. And so I don't want to talk too much because I don't want to cry. But I just wanted to share that in Tosin, if you knew and you loved her and she knew and loved you back, you had a gift. And I would ask everyone that if you knew and you loved Tosin, make sure you support these genes. Make sure you, in your own life, when you see people who are struggling, who have challenges, that you do a little bit, because in honoring that, then you're honoring Tosin. Yeah? Thank you. That's all.
The lambs. Lambs. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly we move ahead. Like I said, we have a few sessions. We'll still have like a chill out session much later, but let's get all the seriousness out of the way. And it's a great honor and pleasure that I welcome a key partner of this Genes Foundation, representing the Sickle Cell Foundation of Nigeria, Mr. Caleb Audu, for his presentation. A round of applause for him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before I start, I would want to kindly request that we just rise up for 20 seconds to celebrate the people that have come here to celebrate. Can we just rise up and give a clap ovation to every person living with sickle cell disorder? Can we give a clap ovation, please? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, you can kindly have your seat. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so honored and excited to be here today. And I want to appreciate the Buckner family, Mrs. Funke, Mommy, thank you so much for this opportunity and privilege. My dear friend, Mr. Ola, thank you so much for facilitating this. Today is International Men's Day, but I didn't know about it. And at the end of the day, we're going to celebrate our women and celebrate the children. And that's what that's the International Men's Day. I didn't know Tosin. I've never met Tosin. But I felt Tosin. I want to really appreciate this family for doing something about this thing. We have a lot of institutions, individuals that speak about sickle cell disorder, and it ends with a rhetoric. Very few people do something about this situation. And I'm very grateful that you're taking strategic steps in the right direction. God bless you and God bless the work that you're doing. Nigeria is a sickle cell capital of the world. I'll say it again. Nigeria is a sickle cell capital of the world. We have the highest prevalence and the highest incidence of sickle cell disorder globally. We export sickle cell. You see, when we have this conversation of sickle cell disorder, we just have this bias and surface understanding that you see people with yellow eyes and feeble bones and bodies. But sickle cell disease is a condition of the blood. It's an inherited disorder. They didn't do anything to get it. They were born with it. They didn't make any effort to walk into this complication. They were born with it. So it's so simple a narrative that this kind of people, that nature formed bias for. And you see, when people talk about sickle cell disease, we look at it from a perspective of weakness. It was actually nature trying to preserve a species in the tropics that was dying of malaria. The AA gene is susceptible to malaria. And nature was trying to preserve this species of human beings, the black species, and then there was the gene mutation. That's why the AS, the sickle things started happening. And that deformation and the reengineering started happening. And that's why we have what we call sickle cell today. And I know many people here, before I even start talking about this condition, I want to dissuade you of the biased perspective you have towards people with sickle cell. You say things like, they knew and then they just went ahead to do it. They knew and then you are assuming knowledge. From the early 80s to the 90s, Nigeria was deficit of every idea, knowledge, science on what sickle cell disease was about. Until today, in our common culture of approaching solution, we make everything cultural and religious. So you see people with sickle cell disorder and you just hear Abiku or Banje. While in the West, they saw a problem and the first response was to do something medically as solution, as a first response to tackling this problem. In the world, sub-Saharan Africa accounts for 75% of sickle cell disorder population globally, and Nigeria, 50% globally. Let that sink in. In Nigeria, sickle cell disorder is the number 8 cause of annual child mortality in this country. 150,000 babies are born yearly with sickle cell disease, and over 100,000 don't live to celebrate their 5th birthday. So I want us to dissuade our minds from the bias and understand that we have a national health emergency on our hands. When you see someone with sickle cell disorder, the first thing that comes to your mind is, what's your basic assessment? Yellow eyes. The bones are. But you see, that is the most basic. Persons with sickle cell disorder, they have what we call leg ulcers that can stay with them for as much as 20 years. At the foundation, Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, some people come to the center every morning to get treated first before they go to work. There's something called priapism. It's involuntary erection for men. For 1 month, you can have erection for 1 month. That is not sexually stimulated. Organ failure, kidney damage. Are we talking about pulmonary hypertension? This condition is killing our people. It's killing our people. And we must do something about it as a collective and as individuals. Gone are the days where solution is done in silos. I didn't come here today to talk about science. I came to just reason with you on a level of common sense. For 30 years at the foundation, what you call Nigeria as a country did not bother to come up with any management implementation policy for sickle cell disorder. And let me shock you. Do you know that over 2 presidents, past presidents of Nigeria, have 2, 3 children with sickle cell disorder? But you know their approach to solution, they smuggle them out of the country to go get a bone marrow transplant. And when you have a conversation with them, they tell you, we don't want people to know that we have this kind of person in our family. The odds are stacked against these people. I always feel inadequate when they call me up to speak for people. I don't have this condition. So there's an imposter syndrome that I stand there and speak about something I don't feel. I can only see it. On Friday, a mother came from Ajekunle with her child, a 6-year-old girl. And we do what we call transcranial Doppler scan. Do you know that children with sickle cell disease from the age of 2 to 15 can get stroke? Have you seen a child with stroke before? You think you know sickle cell. And the woman came and said, as I was coming, I saw traffic close to Ojuelegba under bridge. Can I drop my daughter for like maybe 1 hour? Let me quickly go and buy pure water in bag and sell under the bridge and then run back to the foundation to do her scan. So she's fighting to preserve her daughter's life, because if she does not do the scan to ascertain if the child is already at a peak level of the possibility of getting stroke, that child will die. And then she's turning between trying to earn a living to afford that particular service. How much burden can one person carry? I went to Kano last month. Kano, we did a documentary around the country to actually amplify the problem of sickle cell disorder. And there's a hospital in Kano called the Murtala Hospital. Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, we partner with the hospital and we send intervention and aid there. When I got there firsthand, I saw a woman, 3 children with sickle cell disease, 1 on her back, 1 on her leg, then 1 was lying on the floor. You know why that child was lying on the floor? Body contact triggers pain. That child was in so much pain that the child could not cry, because crying alone was generating a lot of contraction. So the child was just moaning. Be in a mother's shoe and you are seeing that kind of situation. Be in a father's shoe and you are seeing that kind of situation. One of the beneficiaries from this Genes Foundation should have been here from Abeokuta, but she couldn't travel down. She couldn't travel down. You know why? She's by her daughter's bedside, a 6-year-old girl on dialysis, 6 years. 6 years. These people live on daily medication. Daily medication. The day they don't take it, they're shut down. The day they don't take it, they have crisis. But all you know is pain crisis. That's all you know. But you don't know the nitty-gritty and the process that escalates to come to what we have. In Nigeria right now, the life expectancy for persons with sickle cell disorder is 20. In America, it's 60. And in America, they have only 100,000 persons with this condition. In the UK, they have 17,000. In Nigeria, we have them in droves of millions. And when you go for health conventions and summits, you hear them having silly conversations like sickle cell is not yet a priority. Number 8, non-communicable disease in the country is not still a priority. Do you know how many people die daily of hypertension, of depression, the psychosocial support these people need? They don't need your money. They need you to change your bias towards them. They don't need it. They fight and they win without your effort. As a matter of fact, your sentiment, segregation, many of them can, when they come to apply for a job, they never let people know that they have sickle cell. Because you know what? The employer is looking at ROI at the end of the month. How I'm going to drive people like horses to make sure I hit my profit margin. This person, I don't want a liability on my hand. You are not assessing a human being's potential based on what the person can do, but based on a limitation that was imposed by nature. Let's have a rethink about this matter. And on this platform, I'm going to say something very profound. Can we stop calling them warriors? Can we try to call them champions? You know why I said that? You know why I said that? Doctor here said something profound. Winning starts in the mind. When you tell somebody warrior, it means you will keep fighting for life. When you call someone an instilled hope that there's a destination, I will not always keep fighting. A day comes where I win. And it starts with you. You know sickle cell. I know sickle cell. Yesterday at the foundation, some group of individuals gathered together and they called us and they said, we want to start a legacy project for law members or persons with sickle cell disorder that want to go into law school, because law school fees escalated in the last few months, times 300%. And they said, we lost a dear friend in 2011. After law school, a day before he was to go to Canada, he died. And we didn't know he had sickle cell. And they said, for his memory, we want to make sure that anybody with sickle cell disorder that is eligible for law school will not have any constraint for school fees and for weekly allowances and monthly allowance. Let me tell you people the truth. As a matter of fact, respectfully speaking, I'm not a politician. So when it comes to human lives, I don't meddle between politics and political correctness. That's not what I'm doing here. Our government is not really ready yet. We are still having pipeline projects and then permutating human lives. So the solution starts with individuals, collectives like this Genes Foundation. Do you know that she just said it lightly that they gave 5 million? Do you know how many people went back to school? A young man in Duse University in the north is going back to school because of this Genes Foundation. A young man in Port Harcourt is going back to school after a complicated surgery because of this Genes Foundation. The woman I told you about in Abeokuta can afford to pay her child's medical bills, running to 600,000 naira because of this palliative. Sickle cell is expensive to manage. It's not malaria. It's not. So no matter how small, no matter how big, it's an effort in the right direction. I didn't come here today to celebrate weakness or to stir up some emotional response. No, I came to put the facts before you. Let me blow your mind. I got into this space just 6 months ago. 6 months ago. Just 6 months ago. And the first week I got to my office, I didn't sit down in the office space that they gave me. For 1 week, I was sitting in the reception and at the care space where our people come. And I was seeing people going through a lot of complication. And that for me was enough motivation to double up thinking strategy to see how we can bring solution, to this particular problem here. You see, when we talk about sickle cell, I'll be rounding off very shortly. Do you know that a lot of people here looking at me, you still blame sickle cell disorder to poor choices of a man and a woman. You hear people talking about AS, don't marry AS and all that stuff. Let me tell you what really happens. Do you know that we have dilapidated lab infrastructure in this country? Dilapidated laboratory infrastructures in this country. On a daily basis, they are dishing out wrong results. So you sitting down here, your genotype might not be your genotype, I bet you. I'm living proof. I'm living proof. In Nigeria as a whole, this country, we have on a secondary health level and primary health level, government-owned facilities, we have only 6 reference hemoglobin laboratories in this country. 6. And it's across each geopolitical zone. So if one is in Kefi in the North Central, I'm in Kogi State, I'll have to travel to Kefi if I cannot access service in a private hospital. We are stacking the odds against our people. And we need to wake up from this bias. We had a case where a man was almost going to divorce the wife. They came to the foundation. And then the man said, no, it's not my child. The woman went to sleep with another man. It's not my child can't be sickle cell. I'm AA. We carry AA as badge of honor. It's like you put it in your will. You are handing it over to your children. I was AA. The man insisted and put pressure on that woman. The woman entered depression. So they advised her, go to Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, go through their genetic counseling, and then let's find a way to resolve the problem. The man ran away and said it took God and time to persuade him to come back. And when he came back and he came to the center, when our genetic counselors finished their preliminary exercises, they told the man, can you kindly go upstairs to our reference hemoglobin laboratory and run your test? And with so much confidence, he went upstairs to run his test. Before he came downstairs, he came back with an AS result. You want to start apologizing to the woman? If I'm the woman, I'll walk away in the first place. So many of us here, I'm advocating now, go and test again. Go and know again. Try and verify again, so you don't get yourself into trouble. Nigeria and Africans' healthcare is driven on the back of intervention and aid. Until we are able to take responsibility for our people. You know why WHO will keep sending fund, UNICEF will keep sending fund, and then everything will be spent on administrative allowance. Medical doctors that should be spent on doing research and advancing the cause of solution, they just gather grant for themselves to travel abroad. They stay there and do tabletop research and come back and speak English language in Nigeria. We are sick and tired of all of that. We are sick and tired of all of that. So I beg all of us today, I prevail on you today, that you do something about this condition. If you have someone around you with sickle cell, I'm sure you will now understand. I've given you enough proof of burden to know what these people go through. They are here amongst you. You will not even know. They are here. I came with a lot of them, my friends. They are here. You won't know. But you see, everything they go through is bottled inside here. And a lot of them implode, and at the point of implosion, they take their lives. A man came late to the foundation on a Friday. We closed our doors at 5 p.m. He brought his son on the back. That was already, like, stroke was already setting in and all that. Because there was no facility around to actually assess the condition of that child. On a Monday, that child was dead. It's not just pain crisis. Your blood is your life. So imagine that you have a disorder of the blood and you are born with it. Samuel's mother, she's here. I'm sure she can see me. I'm talking about her. Samuel's mother resigned from her job. The father resigned from his job because their bosses said they were inconsistent in showing up at work. And it was because they had to run shifts in looking after their son. And now Samuel's mother go under the bridge to beg sometimes to just get some money to buy drugs for this boy to live. You can do something about it. I don't want to take so much of your time. At Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria, our approach to solution is a 3 pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid is prevention. And prevention is to help us reduce the incidence of the condition and then the prevalence of the condition. And how do you do that? Intentional, not social media. I mean, intentional, direct, grassroots advocacy education. Do you know in medical school, I was told, I don't know how true it is, that they don't spend so much time. They don't have a lot of classes or curriculum or arrangement to teach doctors how to manage sickle cell disease. That's what I was told. How do we get it right when institutionally across our healthcare facilities, we don't have robust information and equipment to actually contain and manage this problem? So education is very critical. In 2025, we'll be going across Nigeria to all the NYSC orientation camps, because the young people, they are the risk category. At that space where they're about to make decisions of life partners, having children and all of that, that is the right place to actually educate them so that they can make informed and objective decisions. So we're taking sensitization across these platforms. And NYSC is an effective vehicle to carry out grassroots activity. It's the most effective vehicle I know about. Across 774 local governments in this country, you'll find NYSC presence there. Across these camps, we're carrying out training, intentional education for these core members so that when they go to their communities, they can carry out CDS projects and step-down projects on advocacy and system strengthening. That's one of the projects we have going on for prevention. We have our YDP projects. We're going to schools. As a matter of fact, government institutions and schools have bottlenecks, approvals and upon approvals, and they don't let you come into their space. We want to see how to even incorporate this into curriculum. But for years, there have been a lot of fightbacks and kickbacks. So we're trying to avoid that government structure, and we're embracing the private sector. So you'll be seeing us on private campuses, universities across the country from next year. For care, we've been handling care at our center. We treat leg ulcers for free, transcranial Doppler scan for free for those that cannot afford it. We do EBT, exchange blood transfusions. We carry out hemoglobin exercises, prenatal diagnosis. People can know the status of an unborn child at 6 weeks to know if the child has sickle cell or not. We run that at the center. Policy, implementation, advocacy, we do all of that there. But you see, this is just Sickle Cell Foundation Nigeria. Everyone sitting here under the sound of my voice can become a vehicle, can become a means to an end. We have a common vision, and that is to alleviate the burden of sickle cell disorder in Nigeria. So I crave your indulgence. Work with this Genes Foundation. They are not here as a sham organization. They're not here to collect monies from you. As a matter of fact, I'm sure you know the brains behind this. They're not looking for what they can get anymore. This is a passion-driven project. It means something to them. And lastly, Tosin lived a life of hand-holding. Tosin lived a life to give other people a chance to life. Tosin used every single God-given gift and capacity and platform that she had to give other people a voice to expression. And though Tosin lived a short life in the context of what we call life, she lived a fulfilling life. And you see, relevance and impact, time, relevance and impact walk side by side with time. It's not how long you live. Like Jesus lived for 33 years, and generations to come can never recover from the impact of his life. Tosin lived short, but just like Jesus, we will never recover. We will never forget that our life counted, is still counting. It will always count. I want your life to count. Do something about sickle cell disorder. Thank you so much.
Wow. Ebuka, how do you top that? Can we just put our hands together for the gifts and the grace that is Sir Caleb? Thank you so much. I mean, I think the best thing for us to do right now is, particularly for those who are just coming in, we really need to put ourselves behind this. I mean, we know it was bad, but not this bad. I mean, we entered here, we know that, okay, we have to support this. And that's why we started on my own. Like I said, I'll do 500K. Ebuka do 500K. Now I feel as if we are not even scratching the surface. There's a lot of work to be done. So Ebuka, you know, I have a show on the 1st of December. So because of that, my hands are tied. But after my show, I will do another 500. Do I get a commitment that we can add more? In December, we have work in December. You already added. God bless you. Thank you very much. Everyone who has committed. No. I'm quite serious. I mean, 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. It's not enough. Really, it's based on what we've heard. It's nothing. It's absolutely not. As much as we can do. Please, I want everyone to get a copy of the pledge cards. If you have it, can you just wave? Can you just wave just so that we know that you have? Yeah. Oscar, please. How many of us have this with us? Please, I need it to go around. I need to go around the venue. Everyone should have. Everyone should have. And I also appreciate that in the days that we are in, all fingers are not equal. Some people may not have 500,000. You may have 100. Some people might not even have 100,000. You may have 10,000. You may have 1,000. It might be 500 naira. Everyone here should at least do something. Let your name be written that you gave your all, what you have. I mean, I can't be preaching to you people, but you know what it means. Please, everyone, no matter how small or how huge you can, I'd like for everyone to be a part of this today. This today zone, the one that you pledge for future, that one will come. But today, let us commit to something that we can do and redeem almost immediately. Ebuka, thank you. You've done. I've done my own too. I can show you the transfer this just so that and the next one, when I do it, I'll let you know. We have to hold ourselves accountable. Thank you so much, Caleb, once again, and the Sickle Cell Foundation for all that you do. Thank you. God bless you. All right, we are going to try and speed things up a bit. Now I have to speed because of people who came late. Like when they call time for events, you people will be doing something else now. Yeah, they are watching. Oh, and thank you to the people watching online. As a matter of fact, some people watching on Zoom were the very first set of people to request for the account details. Thank you so much. Sometimes online people are more useful than those of us who are in the room. That's the honest truth. Thank you, online people. Thank you very much. God bless you. God replenish you, and thank you for your support. And for those of us who are better than the online people who are here, kudos to you as well. All right. A very good friend of ours is in the house. I'm going to put him on the spot as well. He's one of those. So Tosin has a group of weird and funny people. They call themselves unrulies. The unrulies. I don't know why they decided to give themselves that name, because they are all just strange people, strange characters. You would think that they were normal, like because they have regular life, regular jobs, but they are just abnormal. And they were abnormal in their own way, and they love themselves. They always flock together. Ebuka is an unruly. You can tell. Lamide, Bemi, who else is there? Nobu. Nobu was probably the only one that could sell them out, because naturally, Nobu is unruly. So that one fits very well. But Tosin, you're like, Tosin, why are you unruly? Like, ladies and gentlemen, one of them is here. Is my friend, my brother, always proud to identify with this man and his works. He was an integral part of all of us by the virtue of his work. Please welcome Mr. Chris Idero. I want him to share some anecdotes about Tosin as well. Please come. We're just sharing memories. Don't worry, I won't put you on the spot. I ask you to donate, because I know you are responsible.
Good afternoon. I'm Chris Idero. Yes, I'm proudly unruly. there's been a lot that's been said. I've sat quietly behind, just listening and remembering. Tosin is a lot of things to many people. She was a friend, but she was also a colleague. For those that know, I was stranger to her area mama. And that's all I'm going to say about that. But I was the stranger to our area mama, and there were very key moments in those 10 years or thereabout that we spent as colleagues. She was also an actor, and she once featured in something I was directing for Amaka Igwe Studios called Now We Are Married. And she was friends with the lead female character. She was also a screenwriter, and we did screenwriting workshops together. Of course, she was an amazing broadcaster, and there were some key moments. I remember clearly my stranger had been on duty, and she had resumed the next morning at 6 a.m. and I was sleeping in the other studio, and I heard crying. I heard someone crying, and that's how I found out either Michael Jackson or Whitney Houston had died, because I rushed into the studio wondering why Tosin was crying, and she was behind the microphone, and she had switched to playing music, and she started, and she was crying. So I rushed in and watched her, and then she told me who had died. And 20 seconds later, the tears faded and the mic went back on, and she was, hey, yeah. So you were listening at home, but that was Tosin. She would switch when she needed to, but she would hold her memories and what was important to her very, very closely. And that's my friend. And she lived a full life. We must remember that. She was an abisono, as mommy would remember, and she would always tell us, and she was 5 in 1. She was contradiction. She was Tosin. She was Sinto. She was everything. And she would always say, it's a long life, and then it's a short one, but it's a full life. And for me, that's what has carried through all the years. Not the loss, which you would feel often as human beings, not the loss, but the memories. The amala, we usually would go and eat somewhere in Alausa, or beside one Ministry of Justice or something, that would usually go and eat the bottle of Coca-Cola that she would drink for a whole day in a bag, always the plastic bottle, because there's obviously something wrong with Coca-Cola in a bottle, in a breakable bottle. So it was always the plastic bottle. And it was always the sense of the fashion. And when she's contradiction, if you spoke to her as Tosin, she won't respond to you. And she would say, who is that? You know, because she was presently contradiction. And that was my friend. And I have, since 2015, I have held a storytelling class called Story Story. And in that time, we have trained for free in memory of my teacher, Amaka Igwe, around 250 Nigerians. And one of the materials we use in training is a song called First. And if you know contradiction, you know that song called First. And I use it as an example of how a complete story can be told in a 4-minute song or a 3-verse poem or a 400-page novel or a 2-hour film, and the story can be complete. And that was what Tosin was able to capture in that song. So every class I hold, every time I teach people storytelling, that song plays. And that's a continuum of our friendship and of what she continues to mean to me. So she may not be here, but as we said, just as we were taking pictures now as unrulies, wherever she is, she's been unruly. And that's good. That's always good. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very unruly Crusader. All right. Thank you. For those watching online, once again, these are the account details. We'll try and put it up on the Instagram page as well. We're working on that. Thank you to thank you to those messaging me. A couple of people have actually been sending maybe private message that we should do this and we should get this out there. Like we already said, Tosin is multifaceted, belongs to various communities, and it's how she manages to keep it all together. That's the most amazing thing. Our QC family is also here, so I think it'll be fair. I'm not sure if I can take like the three of them, but I think let's hear from Loretta Agoro first. Please, a round of applause for Loretta.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Loretta Adiola Agoro. I met Tosin the very first day we got to Queen's College. I saw this tiny person and she was everywhere and I was like, who is this? Then I found out she was a Buckner. I grew up with some Buckners in my church as a child. And I walked up to her and I was like, do you know so-so? She's like, yeah, that's my uncle. And after that, we were firm friends. Tosin was my first, she's the first person that made me aware of sickle cell. There's one incident till tomorrow that plays in my head. We would go to each other's dorms. We were on the same floor. And there was a day, it was a Saturday. I was outside brushing my teeth. And I just see this commotion from her dorm. And I'm like, what's going on? I rush over there and she was having a crisis. I remember putting her on my back and running to the sick bay. And it was just something I'd never in my life known could happen to someone. We're aware of malaria, asthma, and all of that. But sickle cell, and because of that, I think for me personally and every member of our class, it has become something of a pet project. And when we heard about this, we all had to be here. Every single one of us, some of us don't even live in Nigeria. We are here to visit and we're like, nope, we must all make sure we are ably represented because we've all stayed close. And Tosin was a binding force. And she was someone that everywhere, wherever you are, she kept in touch. And even though we all grew up and we went our different ways, we've always stayed together. She has always brought us together. And I can promise you that Queen's College class of 96, WSET, will do their best for this foundation and will make our presence and the presence of Tosin remain valid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just, I'm just like, what you had said, I'm not sure I can take the three of them, like all of them, but when she said some of us don't live here, nah, and as I feeling guilty, like, because they don't live here now, they remember me that is the one that did not allow us to speak, even though so because of that, you people that live here, just wait. Let's take the people who don't live here. All right, so I would like to invite Fowe Lawal to also say a few words. Please, a round of applause if Fowe is around. Or Bisola Kazim, she represents, God bless you. Thank you very much. Very good people. So we can keep it going. Thank you, thank you. So we can keep it going. Now we're going to have a fireside chat and I'm going to invite my brother, who is one of Nigeria's foremost masters of ceremonies, TV presenter, broadcaster, father of twins, Oscar Bemeleke Onyiso. Please, a round of applause for him. He'll see you through this remaining part of the program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, a round of applause to my Egbon TA. I say this wherever I can, that he's actually responsible for me meeting my current wife when I was a presenter producer for Showtime Africa. So I'm indebted to him eternally. Thank you, Egbon. This is a very special moment. I know everyone that is here because we love Tosin. And I want to say thank you, Mommy. Mama, thank you for the love, the care. Auntie Fuka is somewhere around here. And of course, Mr. Obrute himself, the unsung hero. Happy International Men's Day. To all the men, happy International Men's Day. How many are we, the men? Say men. We love you. We see you. The fireside chat is one to just shed a bit more light on why we are here. And one of my favorite actors of all time, Denzel Washington, said something remarkable and profound. It's one of the benefits of social media. You kind of get nuggets of knowledge online when you stream. He said that in this life, we have three phases. There's a phase where you learn, there's a phase where you earn, and there's a phase where you return. And I think Tosin is someone who has done all three. And more importantly, it's a message to us all here. It's a great pleasure that I welcome on stage an accomplished individual whom you'll get to meet in a couple of seconds. And she's done remarkable work for her organization. And most importantly, as the executive director for Africa of One campaign, she embodies a lot of the values that these genes is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, please do make welcome on stage, Sarah Maka. Please feel free to keep clapping. Hello? Okay. How you doing, Sarah?
I'm good.
Good morning or good afternoon. You live here, right?
Yes.
Just going off the comment of those who live here and those who don't. First of all, thank you for the remarkable work at One campaign. And what we intend to achieve here very quickly is to get an idea of the day-to-day lives of someone living with sickle cell. And mentioned earlier on, it's very obvious to some and it's not so obvious to others. When you read Sarah's profile, you hear things like One Campaign's Executive Director for Africa. You hear her work in terms of strengthening governance, amplifying African voices, the global policies, and she also does a lot of work personally in the healthcare sector as well. But I wanted to ask the question, at what point did like your colleagues, your friends realize that you were sickle cell when they got behind the name, the title, and the desk? Do you remember that moment?
First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me here. I want to honor you, Mama Tosin. As I sat beside you and watched you, I remember my mom. My mom is late. She has been gone for about 23 years. Excuse the tears, just happy tears. But I watched you because you hold us in your heart so hard. I remember my mom just being the one who make sure we had a boiled plantain, on ripe plantain, because it has a lot of iron, and steamed onion rings as a child, and made sure we had soybean milk when it was not cool to drink it. She would take it to the grinder, purify it, and make us drink it at home. And I can't honor her, but I can honor you. So thank you so much. Thank you to Funke and the Buckner family, because it's through you and our support system that we're here. So I just want to honor that. So what time? Actually, you know, some of my colleagues don't know. We just came from Morocco as a team, and I shared with my team that I call it a congenital illness. Because sometimes the stigma of sickle cell, people it's associated with weakness, and that's something that I live a life trying to debunk, that there's actually a gift in it. So in many ways, I don't lead with it. I'm a lot more, I work behind the scenes, but while it is a gift and it's a part of me, there might be people today that still don't know that I have it. My friends obviously do, but colleagues may not all know that I have it.
It's interesting you should mention that. I remember I met Tosin later on in my career as a broadcaster. I wasn't part of the Unrulies, but I came from engineering into broadcasting media, and this lady was just full of energy. I think it's right to say that Tosin would have been the wrong poster child for sickle cell, because she was full of life and energy. And I didn't realize until she invited me for the Genes for Genes. And that's when it occurred to me that she had sickle cell. When did it occur to you first that you had sickle cell?
You know, I don't have a first memory. I remember that my mother would tell me that she had this kid who was always just crying. And she didn't even know why this kid was always crying. And so she took her to the hospital and they found out she had sickle cell. But I do remember when I was a child, I live in Abuja, which I just came from this morning, thanks to the Buckner family. And we would go to Wuse Market because we lived in Abuja in the early 90s. And we would go, you know, you're a little shrimp of a child and you follow your mom. And you would go to a stall and people would go, hey, yeah, she's a sickler. You know, they don't make it till 8. And you know, Nigerians, we don't have any kind of filter. So you would go to like the yam person and she would say, oh, they don't make it till 8. You'd go to the like rapper woman, oh, they don't make it till 15. You go to the pepper woman. You know, I had one sickler girl, she died at 12. So in my mind, I kept like putting ages, like, okay, 8, okay, I'm 9 now. Okay, 15, I might not make it to 15. Okay, 17. And then the age kept growing the older I got. Oh, they don't make it to 30. Oh, 30, they don't make it to 30. So that's when I collected the notion that there was something wrong and it shortened my lifespan, according to my market women who my mom was patronizing. I also did notice though, this is some of the perks. You didn't get sent as much. You know when the remote control is right there and all the siblings are like kind of there? They'd be like, my home name is Zainab. My mom is a Christian. She gave me Sarah. My dad is from northern Nigeria. He gave me Zainab. And they would go, Zainab, Fatih, can you come get that? So I was always exempt. I was like, oh, wow, this is like,
nice.
You know, nice perks. You don't get sense to go do this and do that and do the other. So I knew that there were some special treatments happening, but I also had a very acute sense of my mortality.
And would you say that's responsible for how you approach life? A number of us take it for granted that we will be around because we don't have any illness. But how did having sickle cell change your outlook on life? And what would you like people to take away from that?
You know, this is one thing that I feel like we don't share it enough. That sense of your mortality is such a gift from God. The first time I saw sickle cell appropriately depicted, have you guys watched that thing called Super Cell on Netflix? Oh my goodness, can I hug the presenters and the writers? I'm gonna do spoiler alert, so if you're gonna watch it, just block your ears. There are these set of people who had these superpowers, and they didn't know why. And they traced the fact that they had the superpower to their genes, these genes. And it's set in London, so it's not even Nigeria. But it's the coolest thing, because I thought, you know, it's about time. When you have a sense of mortality, what happens is you have an extreme sense of focus. You're not easily distracted. While everyone's going around doing rubbish, you're just like, I've got eyes on the prize. What I told myself is, I'm not gonna make it till 40. So what I need to do is every single thing I need to do. So when I went to Harvard, there was a lady who said, you can go anywhere in the world you want to go for free. And I thought, I'm never going to go to Afghanistan. I'm going to go and teach girls English. I told my dad, I'm going to Afghanistan. And he was like, isn't there a war in Afghanistan? I was like, actually, you know what? Scratch that. Let me go to Iraq. He goes, no, there's a war in Iraq. And I thought, okay, but Afghanistan is less of a war. He goes, okay, so he let me go to Afghanistan. I wouldn't have done that if I felt like, oh, I've got till 80, I can always go. Whatever it was that I wanted to do with my life, because I might not have a long time, I was very aggressive. So when you have blinders on, you know, when a horse has blinders, you really get a sense of focus. And when you get a sense of focus, you filter out all the things that shouldn't be there. When everyone's gossiping about someone, you're like, I don't have time for this, y'all. I need to focus on my focus. And that has given me such a gift. So I turned 40 and I didn't know what to do with my life. I thought, I'm 40. Now what? I had to go dream new dreams because I had finished dreaming the dreams that I had because I had an expiration date in my mind at 40. And I was okay with it because the quality of your life does not depend on the length of your life. So I knew this. So I thought, let's just pack it in and get it done. So it really is a gift. It still guides me today. I'm over 40, but it still guides me that whatever it is you want to do, you need to do it. And Tosin's life actually guides me because, you know, someone says she was 5 and 1. I love that. It feels familiar, like just do all the things and do it deep and do it intense and do it without apology and satisfy the reason you're here on earth.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. Feel free to clap. If you've come across Tosi, you would understand the immense energy that she carried, and she took life literally by the horns. So I wanted to ask you, how did you manage your work, your relationships, friendships, and all whatnot? How did you navigate that between 0 and 40 plus?
I used to say, because when you have sickle cell, you need to know what your PCV steady state is. Yeah, I'm seeing some nods in the room. So I know my steady state. My steady state's about 24, 25. I think the range goes to 30 something. So one of the things I say is my energy level is not very high, so I can't spend it doing rubbish. So I always say the way my PCV is set up, I can't do this thing with you. So I was very discerning in the things that I wanted to spend my energy on. Again, because I had a very acute sense of mortality, I knew that the only gift we have is a gift of time and life, which meant if I'm spending this hour with you talking, I can never get it back again. So it better be worth it. So I have a counter in my mind that says, is this hour worth it for my life? Because I will never get it back. Is this the best use of my 1 hour that I'm never going to get back? If the answer is yes, then do it. So it makes you filter. I went to the college in the US and I was a resident assistant. And a resident assistant, you know, I'm also a bit ethical, so I get into things. A resident assistant is like the prefect of the hall. You get to order the kids around, tell them what to do. If kids are having a party, you get to bust the party, call the cops. It was in Florida. So I never was a partier because I just don't have energy for long days and long nights. I was really particular about school, so I put a lot of energy into studying. I was really particular about some things, so I put a lot of energy there. But I just didn't have a lot of energy to spend on other things that were not important to me. So I had to figure out what is important to me and how do I spend my life doing those things, and what is not important or even marginally important, but it doesn't make the cut. And I just don't spend my life doing it. So I become very clear and happy to not be going with the flow. Just because everyone is doing it does not mean I'm going to do it. And I could have been unruly because I have a little sense of, you know, nice girls don't have the corner office in me. It's like, you know, I'm going to do what I'm going to do. Society doesn't like it. My dad doesn't like it. Y'all don't like it. I happen to like it, so I'm going to do it. So there was just a strong sense of a direction of where I'm going and how I'm going. So that's kind of how I balance it, just being quite discerning.
Battery. Okay, there we go. So I think hello. Okay, we're back. Thank you. So I think the auditions for Unruly is still open. I think you fit perfectly. Is Ebuka still here? You fit perfectly in there. Okay, so with that said, I wanted to touch on your greatest lessons, or should I say your greatest takeaways? There are people in this room who live with sickle cell. There are those watching from home who know about sickle cell, but don't really know about sickle cell. What would you say is the greatest misconception based on your experience? And what is the best advice you can give someone living with sickle cell?
That's loaded. So greater misconception and advice. So I think misconception that I would like to sort of redress is the perception that sickle cell is a weakness. You know, one of the things that people talk about is resilience. And the only way you build resilience is if you had challenges you had to overcome. And the reality is we all have challenges we have to overcome. Some of us just had the challenges early on. And we had to just kind of refine the sense of overcoming early on. But I always have this imagery of when we are born. I feel like we are put on the slab of creation when God is forming us as humans. And he puts this clay, slap it on this marble slab. And he designs us in the way we're supposed to look. And right before he breathes into us life, he whispers the thing you're supposed to do on earth. Because earth is not supposed to be living for us and just me and my house and my car and my driver and all the things. Earth is actually supposed to be doing the things I believe that God has set out for you to do. And when you look at the big map of purpose, we all have a piece to play in purpose. So right before God breathes air into us, he gives you purpose and says, this is what you're supposed to do. Now, some of us take a long time. We live the rest of our lives trying to find this purpose, and other of us find it quickly. So just because you were born with these genes does not mean in fact, because you were born with these genes, you're loaded with purpose. And I think sometimes we equate sickle cell with, oh, well, just exist. And I want to say, absolutely not. Don't just exist. Right. Like Tosin did, take the world by the bullhorn and live out your purpose full. One of the sayings I love is, I am going to die empty. There's not going to be anything left, any potential, any coulda, shoulda, maybe I would do it before I leave. So I really need that to sink in. Like, we are born with purpose and gifts, and we need to find it, and we need to spend it fully in service to humanity, our community, our families. My biggest lesson is really that of learning that a sense of mortality is a gift. I think that's what has allowed me to do daring things, has allowed me to think unlike others think, because people think they have 100 years, and I'm thinking I might have it in 40 bouts. And so I'm just kind of trying to get at it. On the reason that I think I am still standing in many ways, I just want to honor and reinforce the support system. All of my siblings, I have 3 sisters, are all in the medical field. I think they grew up watching this sickly child, and they all decided, we're going to take a piece of medicine. So my poor doctors, I always challenge them. My hematologist is in trouble because I read the research. I'm arguing with him on the science of, really, does it really work like that? And he's like, but I read it. I said, but me, I read it. And I own my body, so I know how my body works. You own the knowledge, so we have to be a partner. I do the body and some knowledge, you do the expertise, and as a team, we can figure this thing out. But because I have such a support system, my team of doctors at home will filter the information, and then by the time I get to my hematologist who's in trouble, usually they're my really good friends, they're ready to do this work. So your support system is really, really important. Know a doctor in your orbit. Secondly is just, I think the doctor up here talks about rest and eating. I mean, there's the little things, but my mom can never go too far from my memory because she just set up the food. I mean, as an 8-year-old, when you have a lunch that includes steamed liver, boiled unripe plantain, and onion rings, it's the most disgusting thing. But she had done the calculation. Liver has iron, unripe plantain has iron, steamed onions, I think she just wanted to torture us, to be honest. I don't know what it has, but honestly. So I now learned to eat well because she just went to brown rice and all the things that were not delicious, but were really nutritious, so that both her kids, and she had 2 with sickle cell, and my little brother is late. So I always say he's playing soccer and eating ice cream in heaven with her. and I get to fly the flag down here.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Please, a round of applause. We'll be having steamed onions. Is it onions?
Steamed onions.
We'll be having steamed onions for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So look forward to that. There was a mention of some, at some point in time, sickle cell champions, using the word champions, feel the need or attempted to give up and throw in the towel. Words like suicide are mentioned, depression mentioned. Can you share with us very quickly, was there ever a moment like that for you, and what got you through that moment?
Yeah, it's a good question. You know, it's interesting. I didn't really have that moment. I think there was a stubbornness about living that I had. And, you know, coupled with the fact that I thought it was not necessarily long, I was too preoccupied with getting it done than thinking it was the end. I mean, there were some moments. A sickle cell crisis is the hardest thing to explain in English. Like, you're looking for English words to explain what's going on, and you really can't. It's hard, even for someone who's you know, descriptive. But there are moments in a pain episode where you're negotiating with God, like, you know, it wouldn't be the worst thing if the pain, and like, it's I did the math, and the math is not mathing, so it's okay. It's cool to take me now. And then when you get over that, usually, and then telling the doctor that, come, you can put people to sleep in anesthesia. Surely you can get a pain med to take me out of this. Like, just put me to sleep for like 11 hours. Let me just wake up and see if this thing is still here. After that moment, then I feel like I can think clear. But there's some moments in the episode that you are feeling like things could be more pleasant in other places apart from here and in this pain episode. But I honestly think my anchor has been God. As a Christian and a lover of God, I just feel like there's what my relationship with God gives me is an eternal ball of hope. No matter where I am, what I'm going through, there's just a tantalizing hope that is always dangled in front of me, that nothing lasts forever. Like, this moment of pain will end. This moment of discomfort will end. So it's a just push through to the place of the end, and then you can hold on to the hope. So I think that crutch of God has been really, really helpful.
Thank you very much for that. I think I'll want to stop there. If there's anyone that has a question, anyone in the room, a question, anything that you would like to ask Sarah, we could just take one or two questions before we close up on the fireside chat. But while we're waiting for that, thank you very much for sharing. A remarkable, inspiring story. For those who just joined or came in, there was a mention that the AS that you feel you might not have, you might actually have. You need to go and test again. A number of the tests that we all grew up with might not be the correct one. And I think that's a major takeaway for me. And I'm going to do just that as well. And the essence is not to scare yourself. It's just to make sure that you have all the information to make the right decision. And with that, I would like to close on this fireside chat. And please, a big thank you to Sarah Maka.
What is this magic? And you need that magic.
All the clothes we dey wear, it be chassis. This your cat work, be like we dey practice. You be too sad, you be ruthless. I dey triple, now you be too fresh. All the moves you dey bust, na chana. Now wahala you dey cost, na yawa. Disgusting, you be stinking. You got it back right singing. Baby do me jelly. I beg you do me jelly. Baby do me jelly.
Okay, how's everyone? Hello, how's everyone? Give the person next to you a high five and say it's good to be alive. I think the words from Denzel Washington really stuck with me, and I think I'd like to share it again for those who just came in. Our life are in three parts. There's the part where we learn, which is the school and education and all that. There's the part where we earn. We've used the learning to start earning, which is probably where most of us are now. And then there's a third part, which is where you return in terms of giving back and using the God-given gifts, the talents, the resources you have to impact people. And that is why we're here. Tosin would be, I'm sure, very proud of everyone that has attended, everyone that's tuned in. But there's nothing like a fantastic support system. And the lady I'm about to welcome on stage, she's been here before, but she is instrumental to bringing the genes back to life. And of course, a sister to Tosin Bokno. Ladies and gentlemen, the indomitable Funke Bokno Obrute, FBO, in the building.
Thank you, Oscar. Thank you so much. So we're not going to keep you here much longer, but I just want to acknowledge the presence of some of the beneficiaries. Some of the beneficiaries are in the room. Thank you for coming. I don't know, do you want to stand up? Do you want to just say hello to us? Do you want for us to see? Thank you. Thank you. Some of them are here. Thank you so much. Thank you for even receiving, just accepting and receiving. Why this was so important to me, for me was just because, as I said, of my late sister. Today is actually the anniversary of our passing. So, and what better day to just even do this today? Now, the impact of the impact levels of the foundation, I just want to talk about it, the 5 million donation. Mr. Caleb talked about some of the things that it had done. He shared with you, but one is that we were able to give a significant amount to the Sickle Cell Foundation. We also provided educational support to some students that needed to just go back to school on different levels, university, secondary school, and as you know, education, especially when you're trying to get the best of it, can be expensive. And then, of course, medical bills. The medical bills. I just think about even just when growing up. And I mean, my mom, of course, there's some things she may not really remember, but I remember. And just even how sometimes when they had to pay, how did they even manage it? Paying all those bills, just even apart from my sister, even me. Do you understand? But how did they manage? And then even just combining it with education and so much more. So our prayer and our hope is that we are going to do way more. Just listening to even Caleb speak today and just talk about the impact, what we've been able to contribute. Honestly, I didn't even know. I mean, for everybody when I send the message and I say we paid, I say just allocate the money. I don't want to know the details. Don't give me the details. Just send people. I just want people to go to school. I want people to pay their fees. Let them just be okay. But when you actually hear the impact, you hear about how that money, I mean, the 50K, the 100,000, the 200,000, 500,000 that you have, and what it can do for a family, and how it can go a long way. For me, I think that is one of the greatest, legacies that one can give. So I just want to say a very big, Mr. Brute, Mr. Brute, oh yeah, come. Mr. Brute is supposed to do the thank you. Before I start saying all the thank yous. So, but I specifically just want to say a very big thank you to, first of all, my mom. My mom is here. I want to acknowledge the presence of my mother. For those of you, I know my mommy doesn't like all this making things look a bit sad, but I just want to acknowledge my mom. Mommy, I know you don't like all these things, but I want to say it. So, growing up, I had two brothers as well, right? Two little brothers that passed. And then, of course, my sister. And as you know, my dad has also passed. So it's just myself and my mommy, But my mommy likes to act like hard girl. When I was even there, she was like, why are you shouting? Why are you shouting? But mom, I just want to acknowledge you. I want to celebrate you. You are a strong woman. You've been through so much, but you are so resilient. You have tenacity. The love, the all that you show and care. I love you so much. Mommy, you're saying thank you. Say, I love you too. But I just want to just acknowledge you. And even me that I'm here, I'm the only child as at now. My mom has many other children, but she's still on my neck. Funke, you need to do this. Funke, are you doing this? Funke, what's happening? Are you done this? So she never relents. So, Mama, Iyaboki, Mommy Tosin, we appreciate you. And then, of course, all my friends, my own friends, my colleagues, me, Tosin's friends that I've acquired. Thank you for coming. Right from when Tosin was in primary school, secondary school, university, friends she met along the way, people that she impacted and they impacted our lives. They're all in this room. When I send messages about Tosin to people, some people say, oh, Tosin gave me my first job. Tosin did this for me. Tosin encouraged me. Tosin supported me. Some of them I didn't even know. And it's because of that. You know what I do now? I play, what do they call that thing? Pity party, a victim. I just say, you said Tosin was your mentee, I'll be your mentor. So can you help me? Can you help me do this? Can you help me? And they're like, oh, anything you need. So I don't get to pay for some things. I just get it for free. Just because of Tosin, what Tosin, did. So I just want to say, thank you all for just even supporting. Please support us. The goal is to just keep on giving back, supporting, and we need money to do it. And your money would go a long way. So thank you so much. So, Mr. Brute, still come now. I left this, they say save the best for last. Mr. Brute. So I just want to acknowledge the presence of my husband.
Should not fall.
So, Mr. Brute, thanks.
You say I go give vote of thanks. You don't thank everybody. Waiting, I want thank again. Everybody, Wakoyo, thank you very much. Thank you for coming. God bless you. We just hope that the kind words that Caleb shared and Sarah also shared. As you can see, Sarah, please stand. She's looking very ravishing. For Warina, this type what they call bespoke. Grandma a strong woman, Sha. She's very strong. And this funke, when they do gra. Man, not talk. Anyway. Doing this for Tosin is very, very, very important to her. And for those of you who value friendship and came here, looking at the room, it's quite full. I know of someone who never goes for anything. He does not even want them to call his name. Does not want anybody to know him. He's here with his wife. I shock. John Dakoro, my boss, is here. The person that pays me salary from Abuja. Please clap for him so that they can pay me salary. Yeah. I also just want to thank everybody. The unrulies, we can't pray for you to be born again because that is your life. Continue to remain unruly. For all the friends that came, for Dunamis, the president of Event Planners of Nigeria, who came here with her sister that God did Ojoro for. She's also a sickle cell. Please stand, let them clap for you.
So champion.
She's a champion. It's just good to see so many of you here. And we just pray that God that has been kind to all of us will continue to be kind to us to the last day we are called home. So I want to thank you for supporting this. Like everybody has been shouting, it takes money to get this going. But before you go to Flower Shop and before you go to Seka, know that the money you are going to spend on Chapman can actually save a life and help someone. Please just try and do something. Waga, where is Waga? Waga, never get your alert to do something before something do you. Everybody know me, my trouble not get twins. So if I start problem here now, we know come on here. So please, if you know you have not dropped, not let me swear for you, drop. I be pastor, but I also do swear for people. So finally, I want to say God bless you. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Aminu, Kola, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll just be stepping in for TA. He had to rush off somewhere, so I'll just be closing up the ceremony. I think most of what needs to be said has been said. And thank you, those of you online as well, for being part of this. Tosin is a very good friend. And personally, I'm just happy. Like Sis FBO said, she inherited me after Tosin left. When it comes to jobs, anything, when I see a message, her voice note, yes. Oscar surely, yes. There's something about the value of life and the value of living, and more importantly, the kind of people you associate with. And I'm very glad I was born in the time of Tosin Bokno, and I'm sure we all are as well. So thank you all very much for being here. I'm Bemileke Oscar Oyinson, and I don't think there's a closing prayer. There's no closing prayer. So we'll have some light refreshment, but like Bros said, do something before. Have a wonderful day and a week. God bless you all. We love you, Tosin. Sorry, very quick one. We need to have a group picture. So we need to take this. So at least for those who are here, of course, mommy has to be on. Sarah, let's have you on stage. You down here, babe. Okay. Photographer. Okay.
Hola. Oh, yeah.